He's at the top. Where is it? You ready? Good morning.
Good morning.
City of Lamarque City Council Special Agenda, August 8th, 2023. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas will conduct a special meeting on August 8th, 2023, beginning at 10 a.m. in the council chambers at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. In accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Local Government Code, the presiding officer and the quorum of the Lamarque City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas. This location will be open to the public and the meeting will be broadcast at this location on Channel 16 and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Kiara, would you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember District A.
Present.
Councilmember District B will not be with us today. Councilmember District C, looks like he's not online just yet. Councilmember District D
Present.
and Mayor.
Present, thank you. Kiara, I will lead us in the invocation. Mr. Pritchett, would you lead us in the pledge? Let's stand. God, we certainly acknowledge your presence in our lives, and we thank you for the opportunity to be a community, a place, Lord, that we call home. We thank you for every member of this community. God, we thank you for every appointed and every elected official, and we pray that you would guide our hearts. Lord, bring clarity to our minds, that we would do what's in the best interest of everyone in this community. Lord, we ask it all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
New business items presented to the council for discussion and possible action. 4.1, review and discuss proposed fiscal year 2023-2024 departmental budgets and all funds. This is the 6th of 7 workshops scheduled on the budget. And last week we left off with the need for clarity as it relates to our existing current budget. It appeared as though we were possibly facing a $1.5 million shortfall. Apparently, there were some issues with those calculations and a computer software system. Cesar, I believe you were planning to lead with that. And if so, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. While we have a moment to put it, share it on the screen, we're going to also place it online for those that may be viewing it from home. I'll also put a copy out here on the table for those to share. We'll start with what's being handed out to you guys, to everybody here on council. It is a revised page 8. So page 8 is the new document. I'll put one here to share as well.
Do you have one of ours?
As
Okay, that is okay.
everyone should have it. As we look at the previous page 8, the most glaring part that we had an issue with was our estimates. The software originally was taking what the accounts would have been for the entire year, for all the positions that we added this past fiscal year. Obviously, we had to clarify that, rectify that, along with some other changes that occurred. That being said, what's presented to you now is our new estimates as to where we are for the year. As you go down the line, you'll notice the most glaring overage, which is usually of no surprise, has to do with our public safety. That's just a projection of where we are. Unfortunately, we still have a lot of vacancies within our department, so overtime seems to be a struggle that we're working on there. but we are doing much better compared to previous years. If you notice, we're on pace to be slightly over where we were last year as far as our actual expenses. Going down the line, that's one of the biggest overages that we foresee for to ending this fiscal year. As far as balance, the other one obviously being the street side, we know that there's been a lot of work that's been done on that end by our staff as well. We're doing what we can to get that shared here. Give us just one moment. Okay. As we work on getting that on the screen for us to share. Let me ask you a question. Can you just get this? Just scroll to page 8. Okay. We're having a few technical difficulties. I'd be remiss. Kyle's actually not well today. So he was joining us remotely while Vinny tries to take care of things from here. But on the estimate side, I'd like to know if there's any specific questions on the estimates as how they stand now. We are estimated to be slightly over budget this year, but nowhere near as bad as we thought we would be compared to where we were last year.
Also, do we have any questions?
When you mean over budget, what do you mean by that?
If you look at what your estimated revenues are for the year at roughly 15,940,
Where are you? Where are you? At 5940. Right.
and then we're slightly over where we're estimating that we're going to end the year. Our estimates there.
So the first column at the general fund, and you're saying that the estimated in red is 15,940,257.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Could you say that again, Councilman?
In red for estimated in the first top of the page, 15,940,257.
That's where we estimate our numbers will be for revenues.
Okay.
And then down below the 16,050,123 is where we estimate will be with our expenses this year.
Any more questions for,
I have
Page
a
eight.
question on page 8. So permits, licenses and fees. Just on the handout that was given to us by Developmental Services, you have them estimated at $2,112,039. On page 4 of that handout that she gave us, just the permit fees collected was $3,128,163. So is there a
We're
way
still-
that we can get those numbers actually?
Yes. So some of those fees that are on there, as far as that's concerned, since now development services and code now serve two different areas, we're still verifying which ones those are specifically. That's why we don't have an accurate change to reflect there. As soon as we have those, we'll be more than happy to update those.
Right.
Mhm. But we are aware of that. That was reported and we are looking into that.
few questions, Caesar?
Sir,
I think that's miscellaneous revenues, if I'm not mistaken.
yes, sir.
I believe I've asked, and I don't know that I've received the answer, although you may have tried to give me the answer. It remains unclear to me. What line items are within that line item? When you say miscellaneous revenues, what defines miscellaneous?
Certainly. If we look at page 8, it's pretty much all of the start of page 8. Your miscellaneous revenues are inclusive of your plastic bag sales, the trash bags that we complete sales on. Top of page 11 there. Interest on investments is the majority of it. any demolition revenue, in this case culvert setting fees. And any, that's also the CCTY fee that is part of the water bill that's separate, since it's technically not tied to utilities. So it's on the top of page 11. That ends up being 480,800.
So that's what I thought, but the other day I asked you specifically about the investment line item,
Mhm.
right? And how did that line item increase? That was the question that I really asked. How did that line item increase? I believe you and Susie said at one point it was because of the ARPA funds
That's
being put in an investment. So that's the question that I'm really asking. I want confirmation of that.
I apologize before you guys get started. Councilman Carlson has joined us virtually, and I just need him to give his address.
Councilman Carlson?
Yes, my address is 602 Waddington Street, Moser, Oregon.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia.
certainly. Can you go to page, Vinny, go to page 210? Yes, sir, please. Mayor, to answer your question, a large portion of that is specifically from ARPA displayed on page 110, 115, 442, 89.
What page again?
210, 210,
210 or 110?
210, sir. You'll notice displayed there, the interest earned through January through June. So it does not constitute the entire year. That's just January through June of 115. A large part of that projection is also what will happen from June through the end of the fiscal year. That constitutes another large portion of that.
What line item are you?
That's part of line item back on page 11 reflected through that 3605 interest on investments. So that good portion of that 450,000, the biggest jump from year to year, if you look at where we were last year or where the actual so far.
Line 11, what line item were you on 11?
On page 11, 3605 interest on payments,
Right.
a large
okay.
portion of that in there so far. The estimated will be ending the year at 356,750. A large portion of that is coming from that line item.
Which line item on page 210?
On 210, where it
Yes.
says interest earned from January through June. That's only January through June, so that doesn't correlate to the rest of the.
On
fiscal-
210?
Yes, sir.
Give me the line item, please. I'm on the cover page. Right. 212, okay.
Well, sorry.
Okay.
Page numbers off. Okay.
So you're showing me this to show me that this $115,000 earnings from January to June is a reflection of the ARPA funds in their entirety being invested? It says American Rescue Plan, original from US Treasury,
Yes, sir.
$4,291,404.85. Interest earned from January to June, $115,442.89.
Yes, sir.
So where is this money invested?
Along with all the other cities' investments, we invest them. I believe I have the breakdown here. I can present that I just back to get you that.
Yeah, I don't
The
really need
exact
it.
breakdown by.
Yeah. I'm not after the exact breakdown as
Mhm.
much as I'm after trying to understand the revenue projections.
Yes, sir.
The issue for me is that, let me back up. So why did we, and this is a not a rhetorical question, but I really want to know. So why did we not expend the ARPA funds this year? Was there some sort of restriction was there some sort of processes that we had not done?
No, sir. There's no process or restrictions as to where we are.
Okay.
We intend on spending those before the end of, begin the spending of them before the end of this next fiscal year. We're presenting all those projects to you. A lot of them have to go out to bid. And we need to prepare them properly before we put them out.
Okay. So there were no processes or restrictions on the funding? Okay.
No, sir. There were no restrictions on the funding. sir.
Okay. And we chose to then, you're saying we chose to get feedback from the community, to study, to try to ascertain what projects at what specific junctures we wanted as a community to expend those funds on.
Yes, sir. In addition to that, we also want to make sure that in completion with our capital improvement plan that we hope to bring you before the end of the fiscal year for adoption, that we also had a game plan where we're doing, not just spending money that wasn't aligned. with our
Sure.
capital.
And I don't have an issue if the council has endorsed that. I don't have an issue. I think the deeper question that I keep trying to get to is the projection. I'm not concerned as much as with the first part of this discussion. This is the part that I'm concerned with. So if we know that the bulk of this line item increase was because of $4.2 million of ARPA funds being parked in an investment, how then can we make the same projection if we plan on expending those funds on community-worthy projects? Does that make sense? That's the heartburn. How are we then projecting the same amount of revenue from investments if we are not investing the same amount of resources?
So with these projects that are coming about, a lot of them are more construction-based projects. And although even if on October 1st, we came to you and said, here's our list of things, ARPA has, the federal government has said we need to list all of our projects by the end of 2024 calendar year and complete construction or purchase or expenses by 2026. So we know that those are the stipulations that they've given us. Even if we had projects that were ready to go, lock, stock, and barrel that were already bid out, we're looking at about a year of construction to finish them. So essentially that money would sit there and then hopefully collect the interest that's there in light of the fact that we need to finish these projects. So let's say we embark in water line repairs, but we know that those projects are not going to be completely expended before the end of the fiscal year. We're talking about a large amount of projects and the engineering that has to take place beforehand. We cannot begin that process until council blesses those projects. So in light of that, so that we're not sitting, idle, we're trying to put those dollars to work.
When did we receive those funds?
That I don't know the exact date, Mayor, I'll find out.
Was it wasn't January, was it?
No, sir.
Okay,
No,
so it was pre-January.
Yes, sir.
So you're just giving us in this document a projection from January.
Yes, sir.
The issue, the concern that I have with that, Caesar, with that projection, is that it may give us an incentive to be more deliberate than we should. The motive, realizing more investment earnings, and I don't want that projection to be placed within this document. I do get what you're saying though. Just the process will allow for that. But I want to look at that line item to make sure that we're not sending that message to ourselves, to our staff, and to our community.
Absolutely.
We want our community to know that those dollars will be expended as soon as possible based on the criteria that's been given. to us. And so I would like for us to, I do get why this moved up. But this next budget cycle, I think we should probably take into consideration that we want to move these funds out into shovel-ready projects. The other questions I have are do we know, and maybe you said, and I just have not heard, do we know what the cost overages are as they are in relation to the police department? Looks like about $343,000 roughly. We do know that the police department has not been able to fully realize their human resources. And so could this possibly be overtime? I don't know what the answer is, but I think that we need an answer to that. That's a huge.
Certainly. Two critical departments this year dealt with a lot of turnover. One was police, the other has been public works. Turnover and new hires that we've struggled to get into those places. So a lot of those funds are tied to overtime that may have been related. That's on the police side, as well as if you look down on the street side, a much higher on the street side as well. If you remember, at the end of the previous fiscal year, we lost roughly 9 members of public works all at one time. We need to make sure that excuse me. We need to make sure that we kept operations flowing, and that's one large reason why there.
So you're suggesting that it's overtime?
Most of it is overtime related to just keeping the operations going.
What entails, Caesar, as we move down this list, the street department? What sorts of services are they providing? Who are these folks?
So your street personnel is your staff that's out there, whether it's repairing your potholes. In the absence of having a stormwater crew, this has been essentially your stormwater crew, the ones that have been working as best as they can to alleviate some of those issues. This is also your folks who cut the excess lots that we may have within the city that are maybe city owned. So this is your crew that repairs stop signs, street lights, anything of that nature. This is primarily what their responsibilities would be.
That's roughly a 200 and
I will
30-ish.
also, Mayor, if I may, I will also say that department was also formerly part of Parks. So that's why Parks, you'll notice, is lower and higher, right? So there's a correlation there if you notice between the two. Where Parks is slightly under budget.
So you're suggesting that somewhere in the interim in this fiscal year, these two departments merged into one?
They actually
They
separated.
So how is it then that the street department is over by $200,000 if they actually separated? Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. The same reason why the Parks is under by 150. I believe there was just maybe some coding errors as to how people that were working in different areas may have been paid. That's a large part of what more than likely happened there.
That would mean, as I try to understand, that would mean this $341,000 number and this $516,000 number should be the same according to, as I try to understand you, should be the exact same number as if we were to add the $190,000 number and the $762,000 number. Is that what you're trying to say to me?
No, sir. We're still net $100,000 over. So the difference between the 341 and the 190 is roughly 150,000 underspent in Parks, while the 516 versus the 762 is roughly 250,000 overspent in streets. So combined, the two are still a net $100,000 over.
So previous to this, the parks folks were doing street work.
Technically, we didn't have a separate parks area, so those folks were all attached. Past fiscal year was our introduction of a streets
Yeah.
team. We separated streets and shop, and they were all one unit. We separated to have their own individual expenses.
I understand what happened. But I'm suggesting that the program is not reflecting that.
Yes, sir.
The program is reflecting that there was a budget cut, budget deficit in the parks. And you're saying the parks was moved out, which I remember that conversation. So it would seem that there would then be an increase if parks were moved out into their own separate line item. At that point, that line item should have begun to grow instead of decrease. And it's reflected as though it is decreasing.
The change didn't happen at the beginning of the fiscal year. A lot of those folks were still attached to streets. And that's why with the reflection that's made now, that's what the difference is. That's what a large part of that difference is. We started with a one-person crew, then two, and we slightly moved over as we were able to increase our hires on the street side.
I understand what we did. I just don't know that it is reflected in this programming in a way that people can understand it. Because anytime you create or you take out, not create, that's not the word. You take out a human resource or human resources, and you assign them to a different assignment, and you're trying to capture that. It would seem to me logically that line item or that assignment, that those resources associated would grow, and it didn't do that. It shrank. I'm on the page, the new page they gave us. Yeah.
Saying that it shrank. I just want to understand where you are. You're talking about for the parks. And you're
Is this your
saying-
new page 8?
That's my new page 8,
Okay, so do you see where?
he has the
Yeah,
actual.
but yeah, and it's just a question of clarity. So
One,
Parks was
three.
here.
Right,
Now the projection, the estimation is that their line item will be reduced
right, but
as if something was taken away.
Mayor, but if I could just call your attention to the column right next to that where it says actual 22. If you notice there before, we didn't have anything there. So we estimated that we were going to have 341, but in the transition of things, we didn't grow to that number you were there. We fell short with some of the changes as we transitioned over.
yeah, I think the question is a 341,269, and it goes to from what was budgeted from fiscal year 2023. Now the estimation changed, and you're saying that it changed because of you removed someone.
Just a separation in departments.
Okay. Because if you look at street, that did grow from the street to the estimation.
Right, and if they were all in the street
Mhm.
department, it seems like that number would have shrank. If those things are connected, it seems like that number, if Caesar's saying I pull that out, it seemed like that number would have shrank and that number got bigger.
Mhm.
It looks the exact reverse of what was being said. And I think it's just, we need to get clarity from the programming and get it consistent. That's all I'm saying.
Certainly.
I think again, let's be clear. I think we all discussed what was happening with the Parks Department. We do know that you pull those resources out and redirect it. We know that. But it has to be reflected in these numbers. Somehow it's reflected. It looks like, to my novice eye, it looks the opposite. And I just want us all to be clear today. That's
Certainly.
all.
If I could take a moment to just
Sure, go
reflect
ahead.
on that, if we can.
Yes, sir.
So when we take, if you look at where the parks line item is, I'll just circle parks
Mhm.
all the way across where it says parks, shop and street. Right? Can you blow that up a little bit, Vinny, for those that are joining us? Where it says park, shop and street. If you notice there in the year 22 actual expenses for 2022, if you add the three amounts of 6,017, 1,488, and then the 1.520397, that's roughly $1,527,902. That's what we expended in that for that year on FY 22.
Mhm.
If you look at where we are, or we estimate we will end the year at, if you go over two columns and add those three numbers of 190,677, 191,089, and 762,112, those three numbers add up to 1,143,878, which technically will mean that we will be under by $384,000 in our estimated expenses in those departments.
And that's because you separated it? Is that what you're
That's
saying?
part of it is separation. Two has been because of some of the lack that we had,
Okay.
Some of the lack.
lack of staff.
Vacancy.
Lack of staff.
So now you're adding the shop portion of this as well,
Because
not just parks and street, but now you're saying parks, shops and street.
streets before were not parks and shop. It was separate, right? It was just they were all under street. The direction we were given was to make sure that we accounted for these expenses by department specifically. And that's where we are. That's what we've done here.
And so you're suggesting that the budget column was your attempt to project how these costs would be bared out.
Yes, sir. But the estimated column is looking more like at the end of the day, what it's been looking like due to some of the changes in some departments based on operational need.
Okay. Based on what you've actually seen so far. So
And
that's
what
that-
we project that we'll end the fiscal year at by
Okay.
September 30th.
So the difference between the estimated fiscal year parks and the proposed fiscal year parks, that $102,000 difference is attributed to
Man, I just want to make sure before I respond.
if you look at that estimated fiscal year column, you see the parks.
Mhm.
You see, you said that this number 190, right?
Yes, sir.
You said that's the true estimate of what's going on in the parks this year, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then if that's the true estimate of what's going on in the parks this year, why then is the proposed next year, why then is that proposed to be $102,000 higher?
A large part of the fiscal year, we didn't have some of those people in there.
Okay.
So that would be a true estimate of where we would be if we kept those numbers the same as where we are, and we had hires for the entire year. In the accurate departments.
Okay. What is this, what is the reflection then of this increase between the $762,000 and the $938,000? What's that about?
If you remember, from time of the rollback, a large part of what we had to cut back were some of those positions, and we planned on there being some shortage. One of the things that Susie historically done is plan for staffing shortfalls from year to year. She's done so with public safety, and has also done so here with public works. Last year, with their estimates being where they were, if you notice, our numbers are drastically smaller what we estimated this year to be than they were before. We are coming off a rollback. We'd like to get back to our full strength numbers, so we can continue doing the work and hopefully expand on the work that's been done to date. And a large part of that, Mayor, is, knock on wood, being at full staff.
Other requirements down at the expenditure, the bottom of the expenditures. We budgeted for $2.5 million. And we actually estimated to expend $2.2 million. That's a $700,000 difference roughly. Maybe a little less. What is that difference about?
Just give me a second to get there, sir.
I'm talking about the other requirements.
I'll call your attention to the section titled 99 fund expenditures, which my book is might be off by 2 pages from yours, starts on my page 142. Excuse me, 141.
Tell me again, say, I'm sorry.
141.
You want to show me once, okay.
Come over and make sure that it's on that page.
I got it.
See over here.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's-
I got it.
Yeah.
And that's the other requirements that you're talking about?
This would be all your, what's entitled other requirements or your Fund 99 expenses.
And where's the increase? The 600 some odd $1,000 increase? $50-20
A
utilities.
large part of it is in that section,
Fleet program,
correct, from utilities.
$305,000 for fleet. What were those fleet?
Those are some of the payments that have been due. You notice the increase that was there. We did not make a lot of those payments in the actual fiscal year, the previous fiscal year. That's part of your fleet exchange program that we have with Enterprise. That's a very large portion of what that is.
So why didn't we make those payments?
I would have to get back to you on that, Mayor.
Because that line item alone, that $305,000 line item puts you over budget. You over budget $138,000. That one line item
Certainly.
puts you over budget 2 times over, it looks like. And utilities, 50-20, there was a $188 $188,000 increase in 50-20 utilities. What is that line item?
I'll have to look at the reflection, Mayor,
Yeah.
to find out what the bills were from one year to the next.
Yeah.
Same in communications as well.
Yeah, I think it's important. Thank you, and your staff for clarifying this, and I want you to be able to clarify this even more in a minute about this 100, how we go from 1.5 million to $138,000 in the red. Thank you for doing that. However, now that we have better numbers, we still owe the people an explanation, right?
Certainly.
And so just like when we sit down at our kitchen tables and we go over budget, we have to explain, how we did that and how we proceed forward. So those are some areas that I'm just trying to point us to so that we can bring these answers to the people.
Certainly.
Let me go another place with you, if I can. And this is something that, and this is why I'm really concerned about projections, because I'm noticing a pattern in where we can get better. And these projections and these revenues lead to our ability to generate revenue. And there's a balance that this community desires to have. We don't want our community, we don't want our city services to rely predominantly on property tax. That's not what we want here. We want to be anti-property tax. But a lot of it is based in our projections. And here's what it doesn't necessarily concern me because it looks like you're starting to understand some of these projections. But I do want to call your attention to it. Permits, licenses, and fees. The actual of 2022 was $888,000.
You back on page 8?
I'm back on page 8. Yes, ma'am. It was $888,000. That was the actual. Last year we budgeted $1 million, and the estimation is right back down there at $890,000.
Yeah, that's actually franchise.
I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong line item. Yes, sir. I stand corrected. Let me get my ruler back out because I'm not 25. I'm sorry. But so franchise. So then we move to court fines and fees, where we see $379,000 was the actual in 2022. We were very confident in 23 at $591,000, only to realize we're right at about $395,000 pre new police officers and new ideas for those officers. So it seems like you're adjusting your projections, and that's good. But I wanted to call your attention and call our attention to some of the things, even like on the fire budget, the revenue $715,000. We estimated $820,000, only to realize $703,000. So we started out aggressive in some areas, and I can see how that would make you timid or conservative in other areas. But I want to challenge some of those areas because I believe the position that we find ourselves in the city and the data would bear out that we can be more aggressive in those areas and provide further tax relief in the form of property tax relief to our citizens. So I want to challenge you in that today to find an even better deal for our community. And so if there are no further questions on this portion of what Mr. Garcia has.
I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
For the game room tax, did we go up for that fee?
We'll have some discussion on that shortly.
Okay, because that may be an area.
We'll have some discussion. Actually, I'll ask legal to chime in. We put in quite a bit of work since our last meeting on that, doing some
Okay.
research. And I think Gus will be joining us. Is it after lunch, Kira? That Gus will be joining us to explain that?
I believe so. I guess it's actually online currently. Yes.
Gus, do you want to tackle that now? Sorry, I didn't know what to expect you to be back.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yes, Councilwoman Yancey, we good morning, I guess, first of all. But we have since the last budget workshop have been talking with Kathleen and the code supervisor, Ms. Fields, about specifically the permit fees and the code and developmental services department in general. In discussions with them, council has actually done, and we appreciate this, has done a great job with the permit fee prices, such that the permit fees that are charged in the city of Lamarck currently support the developmental services and code enforcement department. They provide enough revenue for those departments to operate, such that, as I understand it, those departments do not, as the mayor has said, and as council has encouraged us to do multiple times, those departments do not rely on the ad valorem tax dollar for their operations. So while while permit, if the city wishes, and I know that hotel occupancy taxes are an issue for short-term rentals. And we're looking at ways to increase compliance in that area. As we sit today, developmental services and code funds itself on its permits and fees. And if there are additional programs, we can definitely look at additional permits and fees to provide for that. But currently there is money there. Does that answer your question?
Well, I just want to make sure that we look at what the fee is now and pertaining to what it can become. Also, there's a loophole that some of our hotel people are circumventing, I believe they're circumventing with turning their hotels into extended stays. I know you and I had talked about that before. I know that's happening in my district. And
Right.
something we want to look into, because I don't know if we have an ordinance for extended stays, or do we even want to encourage that, where once 4-star or 3-star hotels are now looking to be 2-star hotels because of the extended stays and what that attracts. So I just want to look at, are the fees for our game rooms. I'm still trying to find out, and Gus, I don't know, did it pass in the last session about the poker rooms?
I'll need to look at that. I will need to look at that. But as to the fees themselves, yes, I mean, the city is currently doing an excellent job the city is doing a good job with the developmental services fees, and the code fees are supporting those departments, which is what ideally you want to do. The city has done an excellent job, and council has done an excellent job in doing that, because what we can't do is use those fees to raise general revenue.
Right.
So I do want to thank all of council for their support in that process, because your code and developmental services department are not relying on the ad valorem dollar.
Any further questions on this?
I'm sure I have some more, but I'll write it down.
Sure.
Mhm. But thank you for this. This is amazing.
James, you may approach. Go ahead, James. Name and address, James.
Yeah, James Osteen, 2012 Giordano Street in Lamarque. On this street section here, let's go to the streets right here where we're,
Are you on page 8?
Are you in
Yeah,
that
page
that new
8.
handout?
yeah,
Mhm.
you're over $245,689, almost $250,000 over your budget. Your budget was $516,423. And now you're estimating you're gonna be 762,112, that's $245,680
That's what I have.
over budget for that line item. That's not acceptable. You're supposed to live within your budget, and if you're gonna go over a budget, you got to start cutting so you can stay in that budget. So now you have to make that up somewhere off another department. Or you got to take it out of your reserve fund if you got any money in there. You got to balance your budget every year. That means you got to make cuts to stay within your budget. That's how government works.
Right, I think that's.
You
what-
can't just pull money out of a pool and balance your budget. When I see this, this is not a good budget. So somebody didn't put a pencil to it. You can't do that. You got to stay in your budget. You can't keep making budget amendments. When I see this here, they would sleep at the wheel. You cannot go over your budget. Once you set budget in stone, you shouldn't go over it. You got to start making cuts to make up for that. You can't brag, I had a balanced budget this year, because you didn't. This is not a balanced budget when you go over your line items in each department. Y'all need to really look at that because you're $250,000 over your street budget. What you do is you throttle it back and you don't repair streets. That's how it works. You can't, this is useless if you don't go by it. That's what gets you in trouble at the end of the year. Am I wrong or right, Mayor?
You're right. Exactly right.
Mr. Osteen, if I could call your attention to that same area, if you don't mind, if you notice street, shops and parks, you're looking at the budgeted amount versus the estimated amount. If you add up what those three, because remember, those are what we were describing a second ago, we separated those departments.
They should be separated.
Right, right. So where we made the mistake was not, we're still over, we're over by roughly $60,000 if you look at it. If you add those three, those three line items, right, those three, it's roughly $1,084,544 is what those three budgeted amount to. If you look at what is estimated expenses that will end the year at, it's roughly $1,143,878 for a rough difference of about $59,000 at very quick glance.
But
So we
what
are
you-
over,
yeah,
but it's
but-
not $250,000.
But what you've done, if you put your cush in there, I call it cush. You cush money. You over budgeted in them other two departments, but it makes up for you when you went over. You don't, that's how you not do a budget. You put a fine pencil to each one of them, to your parks, your shops, and your street. Them all ought to be within their budget. Yeah, you went over this. I mean, you save money on parks and you save money on the shop and the parks, you save money there. That money should go in the reserve fund at the end of the year. It shouldn't go into balancing your budget for streets. This ain't my first rodeo, okay? You went over your budget in the streets and you shouldn't have. It's that simple. I call it like it is.
Yeah.
You balance your budget by each department and they have to live in that budget or you ain't got a budget.
Now,
Go ahead, Kim.
what is different though is the format. And some of us are used to a different software system. So some of that has to do with that as well too. So let's, and I think that's the change, that we have new software that's happening as well. So let's look at that. And I know for me, trying to understand the new software has been taking a while to understand how it works. Where former councilman is right, we need to understand explain to not just this council, but also for the public, the difference for what it means by estimated versus proposed. Because I think that's an issue as well.
Yeah, before you answer that, I just want to say, the citizens has to go by what's wrote down here. You're telling the citizens this is probably what it's going to be at the end of 2023.
Right,
That's all this council can go by and all the citizens can go by.
right.
I call it like it is.
Right, but again, I think a lot of it has to do with terminology,
Yeah.
right? And understanding what is versus what is proposed. And that's the part that I think is a little bit confusing. So if you could tell us, City Manager, what is the difference between an estimation versus proposed and which one we will be voting on as a council?
Okay.
I think we need to make that very clear.
So what's being proposed is what is being brought to you for this next fiscal year's budget.
Which is the last line item
All the way to the right.
proposed
Yes.
fiscal year 2024
Correct.
is what's being proposed.
The FY 23 estimate or estimated FY 23 is where we project based on when this book was put together and we took the snapshot of where we were at that time of where we expect to end the fiscal year by. They're merely projections until we get our reconciliations and our journal entries are done to
Okay.
know exactly where we're going to end.
Okay.
So the budgeted is where last year at this point that you adopted. So we went through this process. The budgeted is what we presented to you as a proposed that you voted on, and then that became the budget, or in this case, the adopted amount.
Okay.
And then all the way over to the left, actual is what we expended in the previous fiscal year of 22 for comparison. So you have what did we expend a year ago what did we think we were going to expend this year, where we think we're going to fall a little bit closer to, and then based on those
Actually.
projections, what we think.
So what we're, so the line item that Councilman Olson is talking about is the fourth line item, the proposed budget. And you're saying we're $60,000 over budget, not 248,000.
It's actually the estimated, I believe, is what former Councilman Osteen is talking about. He's talking about the estimated line item.
Okay,
What I'm saying is what Mr. Osteen has brought to the table was the streets budget. What I'm reflecting is that this past year, you guys asked us to separate streets, parks, and shop into separate divisions.
right.
That's what's reflected here. However, we did not do so for the entirety of the year,
Mhm.
and we had some folks that were overlapping because of our shortages.
Okay,
That is our accounting error, not so much an error in such in the fact that we are 60,000 projecting, right, to be $60,000 over with those three combined. I understand Mr. Osteen's point, former accountant. I cannot agree with him more. However, I want to explain what happened there. That's the explanation for
what
that and
we're
for the
voting
public who
on-
may have a question.
okay. I'm sorry, to cut you off.
No, but what you're voting on is the proposed.
Is a proposed.
Yes.
So the proposed budget, is that a balanced budget so far? Yes or no? Based on the tax calculations that we believe we're gonna have?
Yes.
And that, the fourth line item, 1, 2, 3, 4, that is balanced according to your records or no?
Yes. The proposed is balanced according to what our needs are for next year and what our estimates are that we will be at the next fiscal year. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what Councilman Osteen was talking about is the third line item, which is the estimated about being overbalanced for this year. We believe we'll be over budget by 60,000.
60,000
Okay.
with those three combined,
Okay.
right? Those three sections combined.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
Keep in mind, Councilman, when you,
Thank you, Jamie.
when you do, James Osteen, 2012 Geraldine Street. When you do a budget and you separate them out, you're
Right.
supposed to live by that separation.
right. Mhm.
Because that's your budget for the year,
Right.
and you're not supposed to go over it.
Right.
If you see you're gonna go over it, you gotta start making adjustments, which means
Yeah.
cutting manpower or whatever.
Which is what we did this year.
Yeah, exactly. But so you can't,
We just.
you're
need
gonna
to-
be $60,000 off if you combine the three, but that's cheating. That's cheating the public and it's cheating the council. It's not correct
And you're talking
information.
about for this year, or are you talking about?
I'm
for
talking
next
this
year?
year.
Okay, you're talking about for this.
Yeah,
because
this
I think
year.
That's what we need to make clear.
Yeah,
You're talking about the estimated budget that we're operating in currently.
the current year.
Right
Yes.
now, okay.
And we're over 240 something $1,000s in just the street department.
Okay.
So when you see you're gonna be getting over, you got to start making cuts because you don't want to rob it from another place,
Right.
because that's going to put them under their
Right.
budget.
Or does that conversation go back to what the city manager said earlier about the ARPA funds being used? About the capital improvement, the streets? I don't know.
No,
Someone-
no, and just to reflect on that a little bit. Mr. Osteen's point is very well
Yeah,
taken.
you can't rob
I
Peter to
definitely-
pay Paul. That's what it is.
Right.
And
But again, let's be clear. You're talking about the budget we're in currently.
Yes.
Okay,
so I will explain this to everybody in the terms of what we do. When we sit here and we put a budget together, we're looking at 18 months in advance. Right now, when we put this budget together, when we started putting this budget together back in March originally, we're looking at 18 months in advance. So we're looking at September 30th of 2024 when we put these things together. And at that time, there's only certain things that we had knowledge of, right? And that's why your estimates were, off slightly. And these are just estimates. That's not to say right now,
That's
we
what it's
could,
big.
we could technically cut $60,000 from those three departments. We could let people go. We could maybe not hire folks. There's certain things that we could or could not do to get to the number that's desired, right?
Mhm.
Ultimately, overall, if you look at the separation of those three, this was the first year that it was separated, right? It hadn't been separated
Okay.
before. That was a direction that was given to us to make sure that we had cleaner accounting for all these departments. Having said that, it's no different than we're in our homes, right?
Mhm.
Things happen unexpectedly, right?
Right.
If all of a sudden your car breaks down, you may not have enough money to go out to eat that week until you got to get it fixed. So your budget technically is going to be over on your maintenance of your vehicle for the year because you had a couple more breakdowns you expected, and your going out budget is going to be under because you couldn't go out as much because at the end of the day. But what it asks is, are we balanced?
Okay.
And that's the end of it. That's the end result.
But you talk about having unexpected issues come up. I can appreciate that,
Right.
but there's not many in the street that are critical. Unless you got a sinkhole out there.
Well, we do on Jefferson Street.
Yeah,
Come
but-
down Jefferson and
But,
Bryant.
yeah, but you
Rutgers
know,
Street.
you're estimating what it's gonna be at the end of the year. And all the council can go by and the citizens is, that's what it's gonna be at the end of the year. That's the estimate. That's when that councilman needs to tell staff or city manager, hey, we got 2 months left in this budget year. We need to shut it down.
Right.
We need to stop it. We don't need to spend no more money on streets because we're already over 200 or $500,000, $250,000 over. You can't combine the three and say, well, it's only 60,000 because it's not. You're under budget on a couple of them, but you don't know at the end of the year if you're going to be under budget or not. So you can't figure that in. You're saying 60 now, so you feel good about the 60, but you're telling me and the council that that's just an estimate. Well, that 60 is useless too. You don't know if it's going to be 60.
Mhm.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. what you're saying.
You can't do one and not do it for the other.
Mhm.
That's all I'm saying.
Fine.
You got, the budget is you're supposed to stay in your budget. That's what this budget's for.
Right.
Okay, looky here, street department tells me we're going to be running a couple $100,000, $100,000 over. Okay, we got to dog it down because we're over our budget. Now we got to start figuring out how we're not going to spend no more money the rest of the year. That's what you got to do. You got to stay in your budget. You can't, you got to stay in your budget. You can't use these other departments that you're under for money that you're over. That's not doing a budget the right way. That's having a big slush fund over here. Just pull out of whatever one you want
Excuse me. Sorry.
to get to the end of the year. That's what that's what it is. Sure, you're over budgeted in parks. Well, hey, that gives us cush money over here. That's not how you do a budget. That's not a balanced budget.
You're absolutely correct.
When you take money from another department because you over budget that one. And you might have done it on purpose. I don't know, to cover your back on down the road.
Well,
But I hope I'm
we
making
get
a
it.
point.
We get it, James. We get
If
it.
you put it down,
Yes,
you
sir.
got to live by it.
We get it. Thank you. We get it, James. See, certainly you have an opportunity to respond as James is a member of our community, and certainly there perhaps are folks in our community with the same types of questions. And this is not on you. We're not saying you, but you being the head of our paid staff.
I absolutely, it's on me. I have a responsibility for this budget to be where it is. And Mr. Osteen, I respect what you're saying very much. I mean, you could even look at public safety, look at police. Police is looking to be over $250,000. You're right. So, but then there's a realistic approach to things. Do I now tell our police officers to not come to work? Do I tell them to not patrol? There's a humanistic approach to this. Certain things that happened this year, due to just not having enough applicants for certain positions, we haven't filled some of these positions. So they were under.
Mhm.
Is it wrong to take that amount that we're under to pay for our public safety or to pay for some more of our streets to get repaired or more stuff to do? That's something that I took into that role as to the role that I occupy up here, as to the needs of our community to just get the stuff done. And hopefully that's what is being represented here before you. I do see that we're on pace to be over. And if it's council's will that we need to make cuts back, then I will certainly do that. You just give us that direction, whatever. is
Yeah,
needed to do.
yeah. I think again, Cesar, I want to be clear. I appreciate you wanting to take blame, but I don't think that we're at a stage where we're assigning blame.
Right.
I think that we're trying to find the most efficient way forward, right? And I think former Councilmember Osteen's sentiments are more along the lines of, as we move forward, these are areas that we can become more efficient, stronger, clearer, right? That's all this is. That's all that is.
I agree with that, and we'll make a note. And Mr. Olsen, I'll get with you afterward. Absolutely.
But
Along, go ahead.
Let me say this too.
thank you.
There are things that happen in our communities, be it because of these strong heat waves that we're having, that our streets are needing more repair. I mean, that's a reality of what's happening. I know in District A, where we have streets that are just absolutely deplorable. And if I know that it's budgeted in there and then it's there for that, I'm going to give direction to fix the street. Because then that becomes a liability hazard for children, for residents. When you have, and even for people that are driving along our streets. So let's be clear, because people are more knowledgeable now. Like you said, everything that we do is transparent. This council is very open. We want everyone to have a say, get their voice matters. But at the same time, Cesar, if we have monies that can fix some of these deplorable streets that I get calls for now pretty much weekly.
Put the money in there.
Exactly. So that's what we, that's the type of direction I would like to give. Now, I'm just one. But I do think we need to make sure that we're being honest to our residents too about what we're willing to fix, because in the past, on the previous councils, there were streets that went ignored. There were people that got ignored. And I'm going to say this strong and staying strong. My people, meaning District 8, will not be ignored, especially for streets that have been historically, purposefully ignored in parts of District 8. We're going to get those fixed.
Councilman Yancey, I can't agree with you more. Put the money in there and fix the streets. Put it in there. But live by the budget that you put in there. But I totally agree with you. Put the money in there.
Great point. I agree
Caesar,
wholeheartedly.
let me ask you a question, because I need to, again, try to give you every opportunity to bring clarity. Was it the other day, was it Thursday that you gave us a new budget book, this new budget book that we
The
have?
first.
Yes, it was on August 1st. So what was that?
August the 1st.
Tuesday.
This
Yes,
new
sir.
book.
Yes, sir.
And so are we to then refer back to this book currently? Is this still our book
Yes. with the
in light
exception
of-
page eight.
in light of what you just gave us this morning?
The only exception right now is
Page 8.
pull the old page 8 out and put that one in.
That's the only exception.
Oh, does
As
page
of-
9 still?
Yes.
Matter? Page 9
so-
still matter.
Yes, that's the only exception right now because of the estimates. And the final, you'll refer back to the line items for each one and the estimates be reflected. This is more of your summary page. But your
So-
summary page is different.
And this is what I'm trying to ask, because is this public, for the public's view?
Yes,
This book
is online.
So now what we're going to run into is, if you look at your page 8, the new page 8 that you gave,
Yes, sir.
and you look down at parks. In parks, you're estimating $190,000 expenditure. But if you look at 103, and I'm saying this to give you a chance to correct it, because here it's coming.
Mhm.
And it should come, right?
should.
It should come. Numbers need to match.
Absolutely.
Your estimated expenditure for parks is $257,000.
Mhm.
They don't match. And then if you look at shop, $191,000.
Okay, slow down, man. You're on
Okay,
page 103.
I'm on 103.
Mayor, the estimates don't match to
Yeah.
what the base of the book is. We have a newer base of the book, but it's not, that page is final. I was hoping to gather more information from today to update everything to present you the final and. the
Because
public view.
we're aware that there are numbers that don't match.
Yes, sir.
And I want to bring one more out that I found so that we can all be clear.
Mhm.
So that as you come back to us this afternoon, you can clarify. Today is about clarity. We need to clarify.
Mhm.
Kim, I'm on page 103.
103.
Yes, ma'am. And I'm looking at that new page that
Page 8.
Caesar gave us. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And I was pointing out page 109, Caesar. If you look at your shop, and again, we're doing this for the public's consumption so that we can address it. Your shop is 191,000. And on page 109,
Is it 109 or 103?
109, I'm on a different
Okay.
line item. That we're one right underneath. 109, it's 214,000. So it's off about
109.
maybe 23 or so thousand. And again, that's to give you an opportunity to provide clarity. As you update us, update the public so that all of these numbers can be consistent.
What line item are you on page 109?
Page 109, I'm at the very bottom where it says, if you look
Oh,
at,
Shop service.
yes, ma'am. I have not made my way to streets yet.
You'll find it throughout.
It'll be, okay.
You'll find it throughout the
Okay.
entire.
So what is your plan for that?
We have a working draft of this document that we're working on, the entire updated document with all the changes so far. I need to find out just when we're at a stage where we can post some of those differences. And we'll put that out not only for your view, a new book, but also for public view. So
Okay.
we can bring you, when we bring it to you during council action, that it is a final draft of a final proposed with the changes that we made since.
Very good. So you plan on updating us to that after lunch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Kim, did you want to jump in? Or
No, you're good.
James,
have-
go ahead, James.
So in your expenditures under other, you had your budgeted for 1.566201. Your estimated is 2,274,613. And then your proposed for 2024 is 1,409,071. But if you go to page 41 for the other, for the departments, it is proposed at 2,396,268 for your total fund expenditure for other. That comes after your code and all that, so you're.
Councilman Ross, I'll take a look at that and get you an answer here shortly.
That's me. Mm.
It starts on 140 and then it goes.
Yes, sir. Mayor, I know we're near the stopping point, but I'd like to share a couple of things that you asked us to follow
Go
up
ahead.
on, if that's
Go ahead.
okay, and then
Go
I'll
ahead.
work on this stuff during the break.
Sure.
and get
Yes,
your
sir.
responses.
Yes, sir.
Vinny, could you go down a page? Rental registration. This was a topic of discussion that we talked about. So we pulled some stats here. Right now, to date, we have, first of all, 26.6% of the homes in the Marque are rental units. This is not only backed up from our internal look at things, but also looking at the latest census data, which puts us at roughly 74% of our homes are owner lived, meaning that they're purchased homes and they're living in. That's backed up by US Census data as well as our internal synopsis that we worked on since our last meeting. So far, 1,175 persons are registered in, or properties, are registered in this program. So there's only 640. We estimate that we're at 1,814 total renter homes. Okay, so we have 77% is where we're at roughly with our rentals. 42 of those homes are occupied by a family member, which makes them exempt or not required to pay this fee. When you back those out, that's how we get to 77%. And this PowerPoint will be made available for public view as well. We'll make sure that it gets on our website. So right now, the question is not as staggering as we once said, where we thought we were in the thousands of shortage. We're roughly short by that 23%. So our method of the next question is, how are we going to get those? I've challenged staff to do a full synopsis of who's responding and who's not, so we can hold those accountable. And even going a bit further by possibly working with some of our collection agencies to assist us with that. It's a minimal fee, but one that still needs to be collected. So we have reached out to see if that's a possibility, something that they could possibly assist us with.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So, sorry, what I want to do was we talked about clarity and about data. We want to give you some accurate numbers of where we are and where the difference is. Now that we know where we are and what the difference is, now we can form our plan of attack to include, if it means direct mailers, following up with them. And if after 1, 2, 3 attempts, we don't get a response, then we know that we have other forms of collecting these funds. But in fairness, and even in fairness is something that was said by a resident, I believe with Mr. Osteen, I mentioned, well, it's not fair that some folks are paying and some are not. We hear you and we're going to address the concern, but I did want to explain to everybody that at least now we know what the numbers are. So that 23% roughly that are not registered, those are the ones that we're going to formulate our attack to make sure that they are indeed compliant.
Yeah, what I was gonna say, Cesar, is that one of the ways to find out too about rental units is to contact Texas City Housing Authority and find out, and that should be public information, Section 8. So you can see how many properties are receiving Section 8 vouchers. And that's another way to find out who's renting as well. Because, based on the census data, that's what people voluntarily give up. And then, of course, if if it's a homestead property or not, But I think if we contact Texas City Housing Authority, that's public information. They should be able to give that to us as well. So we can see how many vouchers are given to this area.
Now, we do know that these go out annually. This number will have to be audited and checked annually because we know from one year to the next, even during the course of the year, that can change. That is the biggest challenge. Our goal is to bring this back and get this number above 90% in this next fiscal year. We understand we're not going to catch them all. We know people up there that out there that are doing that. Our goal is to minimum be at 90% compliance. And then those other 10 that we know they're not in compliance, we can seek other methods of bringing them into compliance.
And so I guess the next question for the council would be about Airbnb rentals and short-term rentals, which we don't have.
That's another one that I have to
So-
discuss with you here.
Yeah.
Next slide.
No.
Sorry.
No, Not next slide, not next slide. So you're telling me, how many water connections do we have?
I think it was
7,640, 7640.
Mhm.
So you're telling me out of 7,640 water connections, only 1,800 of them are inconsistent with the property owner's name.
That's what we have from our data right now. 1814 is what we have when we look at our data.
Okay.
That's at the last glance that we went through each one of those.
And when was that?
It was between our last meeting and now, man. I don't know when we finished that, but I know it was last week. I'm assuming end of last week.
I'd like to see a copy of that at
Yes,
some point today.
absolutely.
What census data was used?
I have to look it up here. I believe it was the 2020 or 2021, but I'll tell you right now.
And would it be possible for the council to get that?
Absolutely. I'll get you that as well.
And you said census data and you said internal data. What other internal data did you use to ascertain these numbers?
The internal data, the cross-reference we used was those water bills, right?
Meaning the water bills don't match up with the property.
Correct. If it's a different name that the person's information is in, when they come to when you come to actually set up the water, you need to bring in a copy of your lease. So in that sense, that automatically triggers that.
Mhm.
You can proceed. I'll get back to you.
So
Thank you.
quick math off of that. Out of the 1,133 homes that we actually have registered puts our fee at, because you said 42 of them are exempt out of the 1,175 that we have. That puts our rental registration fee at $75.77. Is that correct?
Say it one more time, sorry.
So out of the, and Kathleen? So out of the 1,133 houses that we have that are registered and actually paying fee, because 42 of them are occupied by family, so they're exempt from paying any permits and fees.
No, sir, that number is reduced from the 1814. So it's 1814 minus the 42. The 1175 are those that are registered. That's how many are registered.
Registered and paid,
Yes,
right?
correct.
So 1175
Mhm.
minus, this is just registered and paid, going based off of the numbers that we have in our budget book.
Correct.
1175 are registered, 1133 are paid because 42 are exempt. That means our registration fee is $75.77. Our register and permit fee.
I'd have to check that one.
So, no, I'm talking about the actual permit fee.
You're
So
taking 1175
we
times-
got 85. Put my readers back on here. $85,845 in rental registration permit. That's the money that has been collected. So if you divide that by the 1,133 houses, it comes out to $75, 76.78 and so 77 cents.
This information is gonna be based on this previous year rental registration, not 2023 or 2024.
Okay,
Based on when they registered in 2022 for the 2023 year. So the registration fee was different than what it is for this coming year.
thank you.
It was 200, and I had to
Yeah,
pay 200.
it had been significantly decreased for this year, so but we don't know what those numbers are yet. We won't know until December, January.
Thank you.
Proceed, Caesar.
And I have some of that data for the rental registration, if you mind, Mayor, 'cause I'm challenging to share it, but I will get that for you
Okay, thank you.
right after the break. You asked for some information regarding our citation numbers. It looks like the heading was cut off of this slide, but these are your citation numbers as to how they reflected. You asked for police contact and citation numbers. So this is a reflection of where we were. We had only gone back, I believe, 3 years. You asked us to go back all the way back for a 10-year snapshot. And that's what this is here, taking a look at where we are, where we've been. You notice the biggest dip occurred in 2020, 21. That was during COVID. So these were what those numbers were reflected. If you notice where we are and where we've been throughout the years.
The name of the game, Caesar, is police contact, right? And those three numbers in the middle reflect the time, I believe, maybe even leading up to that, a time where we had traffic enforcement officers.
I believe you're absolutely correct, Mayor. And that's what we're trying to get back to
Yeah.
as soon as we get our hires up.
But help us to understand at some point, not necessarily the citations, that's great, but the council needs to know contacts.
Yes, sir.
Because we don't get to dictate who gets a citation, but we can ascertain, how many contacts are being made. That is something that's important to our community.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Vinny, next slide, please. Billboard advertising. All right, and I was gonna do this after lunch. Actually, go ahead and skip this one if you don't mind. Go ahead and do the next one. Sales tax. We looked at our sales tax numbers as to where we are. A quick synopsis of where we are. 1.5 cents goes to the city, and that should have been cent, not percent. And 0.5 cent goes to EDC. Currently, we're expected, FY 23 is expected to end at approximately $7.1 million in sales tax, including the EDC's 0.5% portion. That's roughly where we estimate that will end the year. Right now, our fiscal year 24 is projected to be at roughly 7.425 million, which is an increase of roughly 4.4%, which is higher than where we're expected to be for the actual year as far as growth, right? We were at roughly 3.6%, if I remember correctly. In FY 24, that would be an increase of $22,000 per month, currently as we have it projected. We are most comfortable by putting a slight increase of maybe another $75,000 total, which will equate to a total of 5.4% increase. And that's just right now until we do our full sales tax audit. I need more time to do that audit so I can find out exactly what's what. That's just from what we were able to do from last Thursday to now. As far as the aggression that we have, we're comfortable with that. Over the weekend, it was up to 25 to 50%. As of all the way through today, it's about to $75,000 more, and roughly, that's very rough, which is a full 1% increase higher. I need more time to do more of a sales tax audit to do that. I've enlisted the assistance of EDC to help us with that. It is a very, very, very rough projection right now based on what we did since Thursday when we left here. I would need more time to give you a higher number than I could stand behind 100%.
Any questions?
Shouldn't they have that already? Doesn't the EDC know the sales tax or no?
No,
Or
so
like the
one of the things that we found throughout this process was, and even when we talked about the building, for example, that's a potential big one. Are we collecting all the sales tax from all the billboards? Are we? And that's the answer that I don't have right now. Are we sure that every single business that is within the city of Lamarck, that we are properly collecting those actual sales tax funds? I cannot answer that. There's a very good possibility that the number could be higher.
Okay.
Possibility that we're, as we found with some business throughout the year, that we found out that, hey, there's a business that is not supposed to be receiving sales tax, but we were receiving some of theirs. They were registered in the market, but they weren't physically here.
Oh,
So it's about how the sales certificate is tied back to the property. We noticed that there may be another business that's been in existence here for a while that may not be properly registered. We need to work with the state controller's office to do a full synopsis of every single business and even billboards, which until a while ago, many of us didn't consider business, but maybe should be. And clarification on what the state of Texas allows for billboards.
So what has been the pattern in the past?
On sales tax, we've been increasing pretty rapidly throughout the years, roughly standing fast at least about 4 to 5% increase per year. So this is the first year that we'll cross the $7 million threshold.
Well, I guess I present this to our mayor that's been here on the council for years. What has been the culture of the past when it comes to businesses and trying to collect sales tax? What has been the previous?
We've experienced increase year over year. And I don't even remember how many years. It might be 12 years, 12, 13 years. By now, $200,000 year over year. This estimate is extremely conservative in light of the fact that we have been in the midst of the 45 corridor expansion, and it appears as though our sales tax has went unharmed. And we have Amazon, and Caesar knows this. Amazon generates at least $40,000 in sales tax per month. And so to have a revenue projection this low, to project 5%, knowing that we don't even have any more retail business on 45 that can really be affected now, because everything south of the expansion, where the expansion is going, there's not a lot of retail there. So what the damage that has been done is the damage that's going to be done. Number one. Number two, we have the behemoth Amazon sitting on 45, growing every day. So third thing is inflation in this country is down. I think we're at 3%, somewhere around 3% now. We've been down. So I get extremely animated when it comes to this, in my opinion, conservatively low sales tax projection, and a lot of these projections on the revenue side are low. And what it's doing, Ms. Yancey, is the staff is recommending a $17 million budget, which is up almost $2 million from last year. It's up $1.8 million from last year. And they're using, and we're using, excuse me, we're using property tax. I think Caesar's recommending that we adopt a 45-cent property tax rate to accommodate this increase in this budget, this $1.8 million increase. And I get all of that. I'm not saying that I agree or I don't agree. I get it. But the issue is there are revenue projections outside of property tax that are being recommended to us very conservatively. And that's causing our property tax to be recommended by Caesar and the staff at 45. In the middle of that, we're still trying to understand what the numbers are based on a new computer system and a new software system. And so the community is uncomfortable with those numbers. And they're definitely uncomfortable with their property tax numbers. I don't think anybody in this community wants to pay any more property tax until this is figured out. And so I keep trying to support us as we move forward to look at numbers and on the revenue side, projections that can be more aggressive, where we know we can be more aggressive. And I'm saying this now because I need to say this to us. Monday, if Kiara puts on our agenda, and I think we are, that we're going to adopt a tax rate on Monday. I think that's what we're doing, right? I just need to let the council know that I'm gonna be the first one to make a motion that we adopt a 41 cents tax rate. I am going to make a motion that we adopt a no new revenue tax rate, which is about 4 cents below what the administration has recommended. I'm recommending that we cut the tax rate 4 cents below what the administration is recommending, and about 5 cents below I believe where we ended up being this year.
And you're doing that based on what you believe are their conservative.
I'm doing that based on three things. Number one, we need to get a handle on, we as a community, we need to get a handle on what the true numbers are. And I know that, and I appreciate that it is an issue in part with a computer software program and how we are able to use that.
Right.
I believe it's new. But the confidence in the numbers that have been provided is not very high. And so I think that a year's worth of retrospection and the time to analyze the numbers to make sure that we are where we believe we are, I think that that's warranted. That's the first reason I say that. The second reason I say that is, again, there are revenue streams that the city can realize, and the projection of those revenue streams that they're considerably conservative and considerably low. For example, this council has already said that we would increase the game room permit fees, and that would raise $250,000. We know for a fact, I just said to you that Amazon generates $40,000 a month. If we would only project half of that, that's another $300,000. That's $500,000 right there. I can go on and on about permit fees and real projections, rental registration fees, adding $100,000 more to our coffers. That's number two. We can if we believe that we need a $17 million budget, we can increase our fees to a point that we would be able to reach that budget. The police department has new police officers, and they're speaking about putting in a new traffic enforcement division. Those revenues from those court fines aren't going to be that low next year if we have people dedicated to enforcing traffic. One of the reasons, some people might believe it's other things, but one of the reasons that that line item is so low is because our police officers go from call to call and report to report. If we have some officers free so that line item, so number one, people are uncomfortable with the program and the numbers. Number two, we have revenue that we have not realized yet that would bring us up $600,000 or $700,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
And number three, there are parts of this $17 million budget that I think that we can work with, Caesar, to trim. We can streamline some of these staffing requests. We can meet them halfway on some of these things if the council, if the community believes that those positions are warranted, those new positions are warranted. Let's work with them on some of those. We don't have to hire all those folks in October. Some of those folks might be able to come on in April. That's going to save money. Some of those folks might not need to come on at all. Some of those folks might need to come on next year because we would be overloaded by trying to bring them all on this year.
So the issue basically is like we need to be more clearer on what we're gonna have, and right now we're not. That's because of fish. It sounds like we're going through some growing pains as well, and a growing season, but we need to know what that is before we can make decisions on it.
We need a year in my opinion, this is just my opinion,
Right.
and this is what I'm going to propose as the mayor of this city. I'm proposing a tax cut of or whatever it comes out to be. I think it's about 4 cents is what it comes out to be. And I believe, Kim, that we can, with a combination of trimming this budget and adding realistic projections to some of the revenue numbers that we know we can hit. I believe we can give our community everything we need in this budget and still allow them to have a tax cut. I believe it with all my heart. Did anybody else want to say anything about that? Sure. Go ahead, James, if you wanted to add something.
Yeah, this is important, and I concur with the mayor 100%. The money's there, but we got to make a correction here.
What page are you on?
Huh?
What page are you on?
Page 24. This is estimated. That's what we got to go by on your 2024 estimated sales tax history. Y'all see that $7,069,170, and right above it, it's about $10,000 difference. See that? Now go to the next column, the general fund budget, and your $267,000 difference. You go over to what the 1/2 cent sales tax is the ED supposed to get. They're supposed to get, this projected figures, they're supposed to get $1,767,292. But it's showing they only supposed to get $1,500,000. That's $267,000 difference. This needs to be corrected. The city's not going to receive 500 or 5,569,170. They're not going to receive that. They're going to receive 5,301,877. You divide that 2 cent sales tax total. You divide that 7,069,170 by 4. There's 4 1/2 cents in 2%. The EDC is going to receive $1,767,292.50 instead of the 1.5 million. There's a mistake right here of $267,000. Do y'all see that?
You talking about from 20, you talking about on the
I'm
last
talking about 2024. The city's part is going to be 5,301,877.50. The EDC is going to receive their 1/2 cent tax, was going to be $1,767,292.50 instead of 1.5 million. Do y'all see that?
So that part needs to be corrected.
So instead of the city general fund going to the sales tax, instead of the 5,569,170, it's going to be 5,301,877. So you're going to have you're going to be under budget 267,000. So don't think you're going to have that.
Yes, that's fair.
So that's a mistake right there. Okay, but that's not going to hurt us on going to the.
Yeah,
Right.
That's not going to hurt us. We can absorb that with everything coming in. But you need to have clarity on this. It's not, you're $250,000 off on your figure. But that's not going to hurt us to do what the mayor wants to do, go to 41 cents on our tax rate.
And if you look, James, at and council, if you look at 2022,
Right.
you see that dip, that looks like it was a dip that was created by the 45 expansion. That's where it started. And so you would think that the trend would be down.
No.
But it bounced back, which suggests that perhaps if we are forward thinking.
And aggressive.
Okay.
Yeah, do you see that, Cesar? Yeah, you're over budget on your estimate, so you're going to be $250,000 short. So we need to get that corrected.
I'll get with you during the break.
And Mr. Olson, if we can get churches back, that'll help too, right?
So
Churches or something on that corner.
sure, I said, sir, I'm sorry, ma'am.
No, you're all right. You're right. Just being facetious, trying to get churches, something back on that corner, right? For
Yeah.
sales tax
They still got-
purposes.
But,
Cooking equipment in there.
that's a little correction we need to make, so y'all don't think you got 267,000 extra dollars, because you don't have it. That's going to have to go to the EDC.
Yes, sir. Thanks, James. Ma'am, you may come. Again, we are allowing with limitations, we're allowing members that live in our community to come and ask questions about the budget. And James loves the budget, so he loves to ask questions. But any of those that are here, we're going to allow you to ask questions. So we're all getting educated together. Ma'am, it's custom to give your name and your address.
Yes, My name is Rose Lazo and I live at 1406 Lamar Drive.
Yes, ma'am. Welcome.
Thank you. I first want to just say, like, I've lived in this community for going on 2 years now, and I have seen tremendous and wonderful things happening in our community. And I met Caesar at a nonprofit event once, and I honestly, working alongside the community with the nonprofit has been wonderful because we've seen a lot of growth in the businesses here as well, right? But with all that said, I wanted to just double ask because I felt like it kind of went and I didn't kind of understand. If I'm not mistaken, Caesar, did you mention that you needed to go back and do the numbers for the taxes?
So one of the things that we've tasked ourselves to do is a sales tax audit. And essentially what we want to do is we want to see the full list of what we have and what the state controller's office has for us. And look at every single line item and make sure that we're getting the accurate amount and that every single business that we show as a business is accounted for.
Okay, so then the numbers that we're seeing here are not like complete. You still wanted more time, am I correct?
I do firmly believe to Mayor's perspective that we probably can go up on that procedure on the sales tax side. But I want, before I put my name on it or say anything without a shadow of a doubt, I just want more time to be very, very thorough with that. And in fairness, everybody, the clarity that's being asked for and everything else that we have a lot to do in a very short amount of time.
Yeah.
That apparently hadn't been done before. Apparently it had not been done before. We just rely on what we're given and haven't really done a full audit, to my knowledge.
Well, that was the only question I had. Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And let me say something to that. It's really, I'm shocked that this city, that we never had a sales tax audit.
I'm not saying that it hasn't
Yeah.
happened. It just, I don't
Have-
think that's currently on staff has ever known
Have-
of one having occurred.
Have we ever had a sales tax
And
audit?
so seem
And then let's be clear, I think that's something that the EDC needs to do every year.
they are asking, I have asked them to assist me with that
Yeah.
task. It is a daunting task.
But I think that needs to be clarified, that that's something, to be fair to our property residents, to our residents, that the EDC needs to do every year, or at least, I mean, we do it, right? We have audits every year for the city. I would think the EDC would do an audit of that just to make sure that we are capturing the funds that we need to as a city. So I would definitely like that to be on the agenda soon
Right.
about making that a part of the EDC's responsibility. Let's just be fair. We have a director that does quite well salary wise. And I think that's something that needs to be added so that we will know. So this won't be something that we're having to scramble and figure out. That needs to, in my opinion, needs to be part of the process of the EDC.
Thank you.
The voter approved tax rate.
What is it now?
The voter approved tax rate that you're recommending, Caesar, is about 45 cents.
Yes, sir.
And it generates $899,885 additional dollars. And you said 222,000 of that was in new construction.
Yes, sir.
Which left us at about $677,000 worth of new taxes or a tax increase on the people of Lamar. My bet is that, and we know that 222 with that new rate, if council votes for this new rate, we know that we won't get all 222. We may get 200 of that. So that would probably leave you somewhere close to $700,000 that you need to find for the budget as you propose it today. I'm willing to work with you. I believe, again, we've raised some fees for our game room ordinance. That's 250,000 right there, Caesar. Now we're down about $500,000. And I think a reasonable adjustment in sales tax might bring us down to about 300,000 if we were only to add modestly 200,000 based on that behemoth we call Amazon. Then that brings us right at about $300,000. And I suspect, Caesar, again, I want to be clear, there are several new positions in your proposed budget that we can perhaps combine, curtail, delay. And we can get to that $300,000 easily. You can have everything that you recommended in this budget easily without raising any additional tax revenue. Going back to the no revenue rate, I believe that with all my heart. I just showed you that off of the top of this discussion. But the other part of this is we have an obligation to make sure that people are comfortable with the numbers that are being presented. And with the purposes of those numbers, right? And even as we do some of that work, I think those numbers will fall. So I don't want anybody to sit here and think that me as the mayor, that I'm saying you got to work it within your budget, work with what you got. The 20 years experience I have is not suggesting that. The 20 years experience I have is suggesting that there's an opportunity for us to get where we need to be without costing the taxpayers another dime. And what a world we would live in if we would be able to present them with a reshaped downtown and several new streets and infrastructure projects all over the city and new jobs and 31% reduction in violent crime and the list goes on and on. What if we were able to say to those residents that this community was able to realize all of these improvements and it didn't cost you one dime? I believe we could do that. I believe you are the person that can do that for us. And so I'm excited about how we get there. And I'm willing to work with you on getting there. Any more comments on this? Yes, sir. Come on on. I believe you are a resident of Lamarque. Face familiar?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Name and
Joe
address.
Camacho, 25 Brondo Stretch.
Welcome, Joe.
First of all, what does EDC mean?
EDC is the Economic Development Corporation, which is the economic arm of the city.
Okay. Primarily, it's just been a question that's been stewing when I've been sitting there, and it's regard to the police department. Now, obviously, the police department is very important to any community. And I understand that it's over budget, but it's also understaffed. Now, when you make the budget, are you budgeting for all the positions that are there, either filled or unfilled?
Historically, through the leadership of our finance director, not all of it has been budgeted. There has been a vacancy reduction. So an expected vacancy reduction, especially when there's large reductions in a field like public safety, unfortunately, it's kind of hard to hire like a whole group at one time.
No, I understand.
So to answer your question,
what I look at it is that obviously you have so many positions, sergeants, troopers, whatever it may be. And there's going to be obviously vacancies. But does the budget is proposed to cover all those lines of positions?
Not all of them, sir. In
Because
previous
I
years,
would
it has
say
not.
If it was, then if the money is already identified for those positions and your overtime, obviously because the lack of staff, you have to have overtime. Is the overtime greater than if you were paying the positions?
Mhm. Right.
Sometimes it is, yeah.
Yeah, it is. And the issue, I think, if I can understand you, Joe, I think the issue with the police department is because their process of onboarding is what Caesar calls it, getting them into the system with all of the background checks, psychological evaluations, and medical exams. I think it's a lengthy process. And so their vacancies, like every other part of the workforce, tend to be immediate, right? It's like, hey, I'm retiring, or hey, I'm giving you my 2 weeks, or unfortunately, sometimes they have to be, terminated. But I think our ability by law to bring in new folks is process delayed, and I think that causes the problem. So we end up sometimes having to budget for positions that we are not able to fill immediately, because if we seek to hire 10. We have to have 10 that are eligible. And unfortunately, many times it takes a while to get 10 eligible folks.
So they're funded upon.
They're funded.
Once they're.
No, they're funded in the fiscal year in this budget. But we can't fill them that quickly because of the process.
Oh, no, I understand.
Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I misunderstood you.
But if it's already budgeted,
It should be.
and you're not paying those positions, what is that money at?
What does it go to? The
Yes.
It stays in the budget
Stays in the
until,
budget.
the year is up. And then that money is no longer in the budget because it's not, that money hasn't been expended. It's just a budget number. Does that make sense?
I just want to understand if it's already there and you're paying overtime.
What can you use that
It
money?
does go towards, it does, part of that does go towards the overtime. And
So-
what we
so the
are,
Overtime is greater than what you would have paid.
And
for
what-
those positions.
what we are,
That's true. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yes,
and with fire and police, we're sitting down and talking with some of their employees that are getting an hourly wage instead of a salary, and asking if you will take a larger paycheck and be on salary instead of an hourly wage. And
I just wanted to understand if the money was there
Use it.
and you're paying overtime,
Mhm.
And that, yeah, Joe, that's what I was trying to, I was trying to ask you a question. Now it's better in my head. The reason overtime tends to be higher, even though we have the money in the budget to
Okay.
hire, is because of the process, right? So in other words, a police officer resigns and their last day is tomorrow. Well, it may take us 4 months to get that replacement because of all of the different exams and different.
Oh, I understand.
And so because of that, you have a person down, even though you have the money in the budget. So, but you still need a person. So you have to bring people in on overtime while you put that other person through process. It does cost us more to do that. But a lot of those processes are law, when you're dealing with the police department, psychological evaluations.
Completely understand.
Right. Yes,
But your question was, is it funded? Yes.
yes.
It is funded in the budget. The budget is there to be utilized. That's what we vote on.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Any further questions?
No, I think Councilman Ross has to go.
yeah, I'm going to the Lions Club to speak to their luncheon at Barcina, so I need to.
Yes, sir. Let's
We'll be back.
take our lunch break. It is 12:05. Council, shall we be back at 1:15?
Perfect.
We stand adjourned until 1:15. Welcome back to our budget workshop. Today is August the, is it the 8th? We're in our afternoon session. We have been discussing revenue projections. And so we will give Mr. Garcia an opportunity to answer some of those questions that were presented to him by council and the community in the morning portion of our workshop. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the questions I was asked was what census was that? That we looked at those numbers from, and the last validated number we have is the 2021 numbers that we have. That's the last set of census records that we have. Could you go to this slide right here? Yes. On this page that we ended up talking about the traffic citations, I've got PD and courts working together to go back and add the difference of what the contacts may have been. So you have a total number of contacts. Total number of contacts in general will be the ones that did not get an actual citation itself. So you'll see a different graph here. They're working on that right now since we went on break. So we'll bring that back to you. Switch to the water payment slide. We were asked to come back with something. I want to just go through this before we get to some of the other stuff that we were asked to come back with. Wanted a breakdown of how folks are making their water payments. Water payments obviously include the water and sewer combined. But this is the percentage of payments that are made online versus walk-up have finally been equal. If you remember before, they were much higher for walk-up than they were. Total number percentage of mail-in payments are approximately 27%, with the other percentage being 11% from phone payments. But this at least shows the breakdown that we were asked to provide that shows you that information. We'll make sure this entire presentation is also available to you.
Who enters the phone payments?
Those are entered by staff once they're made.
Thank you.
Next slide. We asked.
Can you go back to that one? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay.
Our goal is to continue increasing the payments of non-walk-up payments to continue having that as a form of payment. One thing that was efficient that we have continued to push has been the auto draft. That way folks are not charged that additional percentage for using their credit cards. So the auto draft foregoes you having to do that.
Okay.
So that's one thing that's been a little bit more helpful from that end, from that perspective. Any questions on this before we move on? Talked about the resemblance of starting a facility reservation form. This is only the top of the form. We're still working on the bottom that will have all the rules and all the regulations. But this is what your new facility reservation form will have. What you asked us to look into community room rental, an actual formal process for the Highland Bayou Park Pavilion or pavilions, if anybody else was added to that, and the possibility of any rentals for Mahan Park. Since now we have formal rentals being requested of the softball fields and the football field. So this is what the top of the form, the draft of what it's gonna look like. We're working on the rules, security deposits, and then what those rates would be comparing to other folks that have some of those similar rental fees around. And this will be also a living document. We'll continue to update as we add new amenities. Once the softball fields come online, then we would add the softball fields, and once everything else comes on, we would continue adding. But this is just a sample of what the form is going to look like. We'll have a permit number that'll be given. Those are 3 locations we're currently going to have rental space available at. And then from there, we'll build on, the indemnity clause and obviously all the different rules that must be followed at each one of these rentals for each one of these facilities. Let's go to billboards. So one of the things that we talked about with the billboard, the biggest thing we need to do is find out a lot of questions that we have about are we taxing properly? Are we not taxing properly? And are we even getting, more importantly, before we get to the actual tax, are we properly looking at how we protect our residents who may live near some of these billboards? So the first step we need to do is we need to confirm the number of billboards that are in the Marque. We received all this information from How to Be a Billboard Owner, essentially is the article that we use for reference for this, that the ADC helps us put together. Number 2, confirm the addresses of the billboards, confirm that we're getting our city share of the sales tax on services. Some addresses may have different ownership locations, as what we talked about earlier. Sales tax should be tied to the city where each board is located. That's part of the audit that we're doing, and it's going to take us going billboard by billboard throughout the city to attain. Another form of tax that a lot of cities, or excuse me, states use is a possible excise tax if sales tax legislation is not in addition to. An excise tax is simply just by the fact that if you have a billboard, you're receiving a certain fee that may be by the square footage of said billboard. That's another option for us to look at. Number 4 talks about what permits, licenses does Texas require, and can Lamarque supersede it, specifically for the public safety purposes we talked about. Does each one of these have essentially a inspection done annually? And although we do know they are on TxDOT right away, mostly those are questions we need to work with through TxDOT and through the state to get answered. Next slide, please. We need to confirm from Texas that they are taxing on these billboards, how it's happening and what is allowed to occur. The end user is the one that's taxed. So it's not the owner that it's taxed. Obviously, the owner is going to have to make sure that, assuming that we're able to do this properly, that the actual permit is followed and that it is a allowable billboard. But the end user, whoever is the one that is using these 4 forms of marketing, are the ones that would be receiving that. So that's just a correlation between the two. There's an owner and then whoever's doing the actual advertisement on there. If some of these are not, right, if we're not receiving their fair share, then that's part of what we need to do with this audit, right? If we find that there's 50 billboards in Lamarque, but we only have 40 of them, then that's what we need to address with the state controller's office, and that's part of that audit that we're talking about. So the billboard situation is twofold. We're starting to find out what we need to do from a inspection perspective, which would lead to permits, and then what the overall perspective would be. As we've learned that now Texas is one of the states that does allow sales tax. From 2 billboard companies that I called, they had no idea what I was talking about. So there's so little correlation that we need to find there, because it is not common for a lot of states to tax folks who utilize these services. More to come on that. I want to at least give you that information. We started preparing an ordinance related to this. Once we have the data to back it up, then we'll present that to you at a future council meeting as was requested closer to the holidays. Any questions on the billboard perspective as far as updates since last Thursday?
You're still trying to find out the information about if we can.
Right.
Okay.
We've employed EDC to try to help us out with that as much as
And they
possible.
said that Texas is actually one of the states that we actually can collect sales tax from,
Right.
from billboards.
The question is finding out, are we doing it properly and so.
Right.
We talked about payments. Okay, I believe we can go to the last slide. Some of the things that I caught just from my final review from my last review is we inadvertently took out the high school internship program. When we added the college one, we took out the high school one. So obviously we just need to add that back in. So it's going to increase the budget by the 25,000. It was just a scrivener's error. We had it on one side, but not on the far right column. That's something that we caught. On the police budget, I cut one of the line items too much. It's now a negative $1,000, which obviously that can't be. So that's another $1,000 difference that I noted when I was doing my actual review. This was obviously prior to our conversation earlier. I think we could adjust this number slightly more. The development services projected revenue, we're looking to increase that by an additional $100,000. I think we can still do more. This slide was obviously prepared prior to our morning session. We're going to continue attacking that to see if we can do even more there, to see how much more we can squeeze there. One thing that was brought up for us to consider, I believe it was Mayor Pro Tem Compion, or I believe it was Mayor Pro Tem Compion, if I remember correctly, about increasing and having a exemption increase from the 10,000 now to the 30,000. If you would do that, we found out that the effect would be an additional $88,000 to the budget. We would need to know if we are going to do that so we can prepare accordingly by an additional $88,000. That's something that we wanted to bring back, that we did the research on as well. The coin operated machine discussion, legal already discussed that with you. On the short-term rental ordinance, we've already discussed that with you as well. We need to work with these short-term rental companies to get the numbers for Lamarque and then be able to provide a proposed revenue amount as to how that's going to affect us. I think those are all additional forms of revenue that we don't have a number to share right now. We still need to put the actual revenue projections together once we have an ordinance in place that's passed by council. But those are some of the preliminary numbers there of finding out how many short-term rentals are registered in the market and then how we could do that. We need to get with all three major short-term rental companies for that, being Airbnb, Vrbo, and for this Life of Me, I think it's Home Away is the third. That is essentially the rundown on what we talked about previously in preparation for today's meeting. Obviously, we had a lot to discuss earlier. I do have some follow-ups on our discussion earlier, if I can go into that briefly. I know that we received a digital printout of the actual document that was used. It's about 100 pages long. So Marque did not print so many copies. We'll make sure that it is emailed to you with the updated information.
Okay, when you're talking about the coin operated machine, what is that again?
The coin operated machines was raising the
Game.
the game.
Oh, okay, the game. Okay.
That's what legal had discussed previously earlier today about the recommendation on that.
Yeah, I need to talk to him about that too.
Sure.
Please.
Uh,
I have a question about it.
sure. Is he discussed with that?
I'm here. Yes.
You were saying earlier about the game room fees could not be increased. Did you say that?
In a roundabout way, yes.
And the answer is why? Why not?
Sure. So
Why
the game room fee is a permit fee. That the amount we charge can only be the it has to be an amount reasonably necessary to cover the costs of granting the permit and administering the program. As I understand it today, and this is a thank you to council for doing this. The fees actually cover our costs, and code enforcement and developmental services as a whole, their fees cover their costs. Put another way, as the council looks to divvy up sales tax receipts and property tax receipts, code enforcement and developmental services are not asking for any sales tax dollars or property tax dollars. Those two departments are existing solely on permit fee receipts that they receive from new development or development in general.
So because I don't really know if I don't know what you were trying to say to us.
Sure.
Other than, go ahead, Gus, I'm sorry.
No. I'm happy to answer. I realize I may have rambled, so I'm happy to answer any questions.
I don't know that you rambled. I think when you factor in inspection and the opportunity and probably the responsibility to increase inspections and coin operated machine businesses, as well as the law enforcement community and the necessary preventative measures that they take, knowing that these outfits are in our city, we can definitely understand that this department and these departments aren't money-making ventures, but they're actually providing a service and being reimbursed for those services. And so I'm with you. I'm with you there. That department, those departments have also asked for several additions to manpower. Is that correct?
I don't know that. I will have to defer to those departments, but what I do understand from those departments, and if I am wrong, I apologize, but I understand that those departments, as they request additional manpower, they are not requesting sales tax or property tax dollars to cover those.
Yeah, we get that, but it's clear that they've asked, the developmental services have asked for additional manpower. It's clear that code enforcement has asked for additional manpower. And so we have to find a way to make sure that we, if the council believes this to be a necessity and the community believes this to be a value, we have to find a way to fund that. And so any increase in coin operated machine fees are directly tied to, by this council, the requests for manpower and for more resources in those two departments. That's a clear connection.
Absolutely, Mayor, absolutely. And I guess my thought, and I need to go back, but my thought was that the permit fees that we have today, we're gonna cover that.
And right, cover what we have now, but they're asking for more manpower and more resources.
Okay, understood.
Yeah,
Understood.
is the idea, yeah. Now, let's be clear, if after you've looked at those line items, you want to make a recommendation to this council, we most certainly will take your recommendation. Clearly, we'll take your recommendation.
Okay.
But this is our interpretation of what is happening. Now, again, do your due diligence as our attorney, and if you have some things to share with us, we would wholeheartedly accept your recommendations.
Okay. That sounds good to me, Mayor.
Mayor, just before the break, actually, you can go back to the first slide, then if you don't mind. After the break, or excuse me, during the break, right before the break, excuse me, we talked about what is a potential drop to the no new revenue equate to. And we did run the numbers during the break, and I do believe Susie's on the line as well for questions if she's still on. She's not, okay, I'm sure she'll be on back in a second. It does equate to roughly $651,000. The exact number that we have projected is 651,248.71. So roughly $651,000 would be the cut from property tax, dependency on property tax. The challenge is now for us to increase the revenue across the board, whatever way that looks like, by the same 651 to meet at the same budget.
If this council believes that, and I'm saying this in a very business-like manner, this has nothing to do with Mr. Garcia, but this is the council making sure that we are doing our due diligence with taxpayer monies, right? So I preface what I'm about to say with that. That's assuming this council ratifies every proposal that you have in this budget, which means we may cut things, or we may add things, or we may cut and add things, right? So I just want to be clear, there's still work to do.
Absolutely.
So that 651 may not be 651 at the end of this, is all we're saying.
Absolutely. I just wanted to.
Right, you're right. Yeah, you're right. I just wanted to be clear with the public. We are not about to commence on a $651,000 revenue generation / budget cutting expedition. We are about to try to verify what Mr. Garcia's proposal is to the best of our ability as it relates to expenditures, so we can know how close we are. Go ahead, Mr. Garcia. Proceed.
Bless you. Thank you. I did want to take a moment just to on that topic. Just going back to the revised page 8, our other forms of revenue are listed there on the top, and for the most part, where they equate from are your fire EMS, court fines, and permitting, in addition to obviously sales tax. So those are the 4 general areas where the revenue is comprised from. That's a general synopsis of where it is. I think the city has shown a very strong position that over the last few years, you have been able to overcome. Sales tax is higher than property tax. And I think that's a reflection of some of the changing times that are going, although the assessments, we don't control the assessments, right? Those are handled by the assessment office, but the downward turn of the tax rate has obviously shown that the formula is working. So it is moving in the right direction. And it's simple. We would need to just increase those line items accordingly between sales tax, permitting, courts, and then obviously fire and or EMS fees. I did have a chance during the break, in the brief moment there, to discuss some strategies with PD and also with courts to see what we can do to try to maybe increase those revenues slightly. But also more importantly, on the permitting side, where we are so far this year and where we think we can, assuming that we have the same and or more development that comes forward. We know that there's a few development projects that are pending. We don't want to count our baskets, but when those come to fruition, then we know, we feel strongly that the permit fees will definitely hold. We do know that there's some new homes that are also being permitted, so those will add to that as well.
Yeah. Where are we getting the new home permitting fees? Where are we getting those projections from?
So those would be when we submit our information to our tax assessor's office. Through the assessments, essentially, we look at what was there last year versus this year, and any new items that are added to the tax roll, that's what accounts for the new revenue. Meaning that
For tax purposes,
for
right?
tax purposes.
What I'm asking about now is the pre-tax, the development side, the building of those homes, the permitting of those. So, how do we project forward what we anticipate to realize from a revenue standpoint on the new homes? Do we say there were 10 homes built last year, and so perhaps there'll be 10 homes built this year? Or are there other pieces of information that are factored in?
Absolutely. Great question, Mayor. So, and I know that Ms. Kathleen isn't here, but essentially through their pre-development meetings, when these developers come and meet, then we have a general idea of what's coming down the pike and how serious they are. Once those preliminary requests for permitting documents are pulled, we know that that's the case. For example, when plats come to you for approval, we know there's a planned community coming in. For example, you just approved, I think Ambrose was the last one that's pending, right? Which is behind Sunset Grove. Those are brought to you and say, look, we're expecting to develop 100 homes. Let's say, for example, here's 100 homes and here's our timeline in which we plan to do them. Now, those can be skewed, right? Whether it takes longer to build or financing, whatever the developer has, but at least we go based on some of those plans. In addition to an actual synopsis of how much vacant land you have and how much room for development you have. In some cities that they're capped and there's pretty much no vacant land, then that's different, right? There's only other ways you can build, which would be upwards, and that would be a different type of development project. But a lot of that comes through meetings from the pre-development meetings that come forward. And then at that point, you can equate and say, all right, we know that this, and this is coming. For example, we know that the high school is coming. Now, how do we garner any permits that are turned in there? Well, we know that they've got to turn them in a certain sequence. We know that they're projected to open in 27. So now when 2027 comes, we know that a small majority of them, a small number of them will come in 24, with a little bit more coming in 25 and eventually 26 as the building commences. So those are kind of the ways that we would realize some of those figures.
Yeah. So what are we anticipating this year in new homes?
Part of that is equated to what this number is.
Yeah. So I guess I'm asking you, do you know?
I don't have an exact.
Would you be able to find that out for us?
I could try to find
Thank
out
you.
for new homes.
Thank you.
And Mayor, that's also true for businesses as well, for example, right? So if a pre-development meeting occurs for a potential business, once they commence their process of their permitting process, and that's when we start to equate what it is that they're trying to do.
Right. Where I'm looking for, if you can help me, Caesar, the permitting fees.
The summary can be found on page 8.
No, the breakdown. I'm looking at page
The
9, building permits. That would be it, right? You can proceed, Caesar.
Thank you. So next step here for us to continue looking at our sales tax to see what number we can increase by, combined with our permits, getting that correct calculation, seeing if we can push that number and squeeze a little more out of that number, along with our courts. And then I'll into whatever our fire inspection numbers come out to and equate to. But at the end of the day, our magic number in whatever relation, assuming that what's proposed today isn't changed, right now, our magic number is roughly in the $651,000 range.
In that, Caesar, in the,
Actually, we're done sharing.
Caesar,
Yes, sir.
your budget is requesting an additional code enforcement officer?
It was in the outside of the request for an additional one. Yes, sir. An additional code 2. Because right now we would have 4 code 1s, 1 code 2, and then a code supervisor. That was the original breakdown of the request.
Welcome, Michael. Did you want to jump in?
No, sir, I was taking a drink.
Okay. Good, go ahead, Caesar. I'm sorry.
No problem, sir. I'll have to get back to you on the permitting side, sir.
Hmm?
For permitting staff, I'll have to get you that exact number. On permitting staff on the need for additional, but right now we're still two vacancies behind.
From last year's budget.
Yes, ma'am.
So, so right now you have 3 total in code, but we budgeted for 5. Well, that's not, is that.
Including the supervisor, it's 5, correct? And
Okay.
right now we have 4 out of those 5. We're only 1 vacancy behind that.
But so that's not an addition, that's keeping it the same.
Right, but the goal would be, if possible, to increase that number to 6.
6,
If
okay.
we're able to do it this year. And as Mayor stated, doesn't mean that they need to be as of October 1. They could be scaled back to mid-year, quarter year, mid-year, 3/4 year, whatever perspective we're able to do that,
Okay.
depending on where we land.
I really do think, Caesar, with a combination of, again, budget cuts, and streamlining of the budget. In other words, taking, some departments are asking for 3 or 4 additional personnel. We probably need 3 or 4 additional personnel, but the likelihood of us realizing that goal this year is probably slim, right? These positions that we are asking for that have not been filled, that would be the first place that I would look. For example, there's a position entitled Emergency Management Specialist to the tune of $60,000.
We actually cut that out.
You cut
from
that
our
out already?
original-
Okay.
From our original.
Okay, so we look for things like that to find in the budget, in particular, positions that have not been filled. And we as a council have to ascertain whether or not those positions, according to the community's belief, right? Not having anything to do with you, but according to what the community is believing we need, whether or not those are things that we want to move forward with in this budget, right? Or even in the first half of this budget. So a combination will get us there. I'm confident. This is not an extremely huge number with all of the potential that we have. I sat in a budget workshop, I believe it was 2011 or sometime around there, till 4 o'clock in the morning, having to cut about $800,000 out of a budget. So with no opportunity to raise revenue. Right?
Absolutely.
So I get it. So I'm saying you're at 651 and you have an opportunity to make revenue adjustments and make your asks be more efficient. You can do this. This doesn't seem like it's a hard proposition for you from my vantage point.
We will propose accordingly and make the necessary adjustments. Just need adequate time to do it so I can get it to you in time and complete.
Very good. Did you want to proceed? Council, do we have any questions or comments at this point?
That concludes my report on that end. The other
Okay.
stuff is water that we need obviously more time to do, like we talked about since our last meeting. That's going to take quite a bit of work. but I want to focus on general fund side. We know the utility side is where it is. We stand strong on the fact that you've already, at least in theory, told us that if we didn't go with 50% approval, when we came back, we would consider the 3.5, just to make sure that the numbers all add up and definitely quick to things on that side. So we look forward to that at that time, but right now we want to focus on making sure that the budget is balanced, it's complete, and we're able to proceed accordingly at our meeting on Monday. And this is pretty much, except for the tour of the facility that you guys said you want to go to, the service center. We made quite a bit of efforts and strides in the last week and a half there. It's your call. I'll be free to answer any questions that we may have.
Council, do we have any questions for Mr. Garcia as it relates to today's budget discussion?
No questions here.
Not at this moment.
Next steps, what are you asking? What are you asking from us right now, Caesar?
Next steps that we have is consideration, and you kind of alluded to it slightly when we were talking about the packages, some of the other things that were requested. Is there an appetite or is there not to pursue any of those packages that were presented to you previously? If there are, then what does that equate to? Obviously, those are not in the budget. All the packages were left out. If there's some of those things that you do want to see, do you want us just to add them to the capital improvement plan? There's a lot of things on there that were just discussed throughout the year, what types of things, what things would look like. If you want, how you wanted to do that really was up to you. Remember, there was two summaries of the packages. One was a shorter one that had the summary of items. One was a little bit longer that had everything inclusive. It looks. This is
No, not
this one. It looks like this.
Yeah.
Oh, then, yeah. I need another copy of that one because that was in the old board budget.
Gotcha.
We will look at that. Council, do you want to look at that today? Do you want to look at that in the interim and then come back and work Thursday on it? We're gonna have to, I would suggest, again, I'm gonna propose a no new revenue rate. That's me. I'm going to debate it vigorously. I believe that we can get where we need to be. Again, I'm saying it again, at 41 cents. Council, we can choose today to go through these items together. We can choose to study them at home and be prepared for a discussion on Thursday. But at the end of the day, I believe when we close business Thursday, the council should at least have an idea of what tax rate we are going to propose, whether we are going to vote for it or against it. It's you have to represent your districts, but we should at least be aware of the tax rate or tax rates, because anybody can make a motion on tax rate that are being proposed, as well as the budget that is being proposed. Because folks are wanting us to bring clarity to this process. So council, what I'm saying is we can look at it, we can go home and study and see if we want to add, look at the rest of the budget numbers, see if there are things that we want to look at and come back Thursday and get this done, or we can continue on today.
What,
Go ahead, Kim, thank you.
what I would like from the city manager is for you to tell me, based on what you've been told, but based on what you're listening to and the appetite of this council, I would like you to give to me before we come back Thursday, your diehard must-haves that you think is necessary to improve as a city, what you absolutely must have to be successful. You can give that to me before Thursday so we can look at it and be prepared to kind of go back and forth so we can get as much done with the moonlight oil, trying to see what we can do.
James?
I think we're heading in the right direction. I like your proposed plan for the sales tax or for the property tax. I believe we can, between that and what sales tax revenue that we have coming in, we can make that budget work. I think we need to keep producing down that direction.
Yeah.
And still find a way to get people paid.
Yeah.
I will tell you, say, to the council, I am concerned with the District A, the way it looks, the ditches. I am concerned about the mosquito machine and all of that. That's something I think that we need that. Our residents have suffered with the issue. Of course, we've got infrastructure issues. We still have that as well. So I know, for my district, there are some issues with street repair and all that's happening. The issues that we have on Brown Street, Jefferson Street, just to name a few, that really, really are critical. So I'm going to find a way to make sure that we get that included in this budget, or at least a machine that we've talked about.
Right,
It was
right.
something that-
For going on 2 years now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've been talking about that as a way that's why I want you to tell me what are your bare bones based on the appetite of our mayor, and like he's one vote, but you got others too. But based on some, I'm gonna lean into what my constituents have told me that they want. And how do we get that in there? And also there is a state appetite for no new taxes, no new revenue. I mean, that whole, that atmosphere is there as well. So how do we do that? And that's why I said it's important for us to find out what our numbers are in other areas, so that we can have a clear-cut picture as best we can. So that'll, so we'll know what we're really working with. That's what I would hope, because my biggest plan is to on Monday, that everyone knows we have a balanced budget and we did it based on this. This is what's inside that budget, because not everybody's gonna take the time, even though it's gonna be online, for everybody to look at it. So we want to make sure that it's concise, and we can highlight some parts of the budget, proposed budget, of what it will bring. Okay. And those are talking points that only you can give us. So.
Yeah, again, those things that Ms. Yancey speaks of are things that we can get through capital improvement. And we have asked for going on 2 years about a mosquito machine. And we talked about this year, because we were unable to add a storm crew. We talked about using those certificate of obligations to start making a dent in our easement issues. There are a lot of easements in our community, and I'm going to say this very quickly, that are distressed. And it is our job. And I don't simply mean behind people's homes. Drainage ditches are easements that are in distress. The tree overhang into our city right of way is easement distress. So there are a lot of areas of easement distress that we need to address. We can do it in our, according to what we've heard about what's available. We can start to make dent in those two areas in our capital, in our certificates, of obligation.
Mm-hmm.
1 year, Caesar, to bring clarity and transparency to the current state of finances in our community. I think it's fair. And I think that the community members deserve that. You just happen to be the one that has to comply with the public's sentiment as it relates to the climate that we're in, not only locally, but nationally and internationally. People are very skeptical of government, and we have to work harder to provide as best level of transparency as we can. So we have to do what we have to do. Any further thoughts? Council, what's your pleasure? Are we ready to go home?
Did you want to see the service center today at not?
Do we want to tour the service center today, Council?
We've already seen it. Yeah, me and James saw it already. Yeah. Well, we
Well,
just saw it
that's-
2 weeks ago, so. well,
Yeah, I guess that's whether or not I want to see the service center.
The service center?
We've done some changes to it.
Yeah. I have changed some stuff to it. I mean, that's fine. We can go see it again. I thought I just saw it about a month ago. You didn't change about a month ago? Oh, they changed some things? Okay, let's go see.
We're gonna take a break. Actually, council's probably gonna adjourn if we're gonna to tour it's 2:16. So we're gonna adjourn today to go see the service center. And Thursday morning, we will definitely start back with hopes of by Thursday afternoon, Ms. Yancey, we will have a tax rate that, our tax rates, doesn't matter. At least we'll know what we would have to vote on, 1, 2, 3 proposals. And we will have an idea of what exactly we're going to keep in the budget. If there's nothing further, we will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?